Battle Station, everyone. Battle Station. We have 19 allies. We're going up against 42 enemies. And we are off. Let's see how that's going to turn out. Mono Bear takes the first place. Salsa Mom is in second. Ginger Gamer is in third. And looks like they're not going to reach us. Mono Bear still in first, comfortably. So Ginger Gamer is in second. JR926 is in third. And we're done, I think. There we go. We're done. We've won. Alrighty. Mono Bear's in first place for 30 kill, 9 assist. Ginger Gamer is in second place, 1 kill, 17 assist, and JR926 is in third, 4 kill, 7 assist. We have gold, and the captain's not there. So, Chamas gets the gold. And we move on to a skin chest on the way to the gold one. And, okay, I need to clear some stuff to see what happens with that. So that's done. Okay, halfway there. So, Orc Slayer. And it is past 8 a.m., so time for me to visit the shop where fairies get purchased. I am above 20k. I am above 25. And I'm no longer above 30. So, that is that. And half an hour to see how this will turn out. And now to look in on the viewer side, where archers get purchased. I am above 50k. I am above 55. I'm above 60. And that is that, although I get to bring this up. And good morning, everyone. Good morning, and welcome to Tuesday, second day of the work week. For those of us who work under that schedule, a serious production. Welcome to the stream. Hello, Nerdrine. Yeah, welcome to Tuesday. I hope the week has started well for all of you. I hope you are energized for the rest of it. Little for me to talk about, to mention. Yeah, very much a ordinary day yesterday. All right, and today, being Tuesday, it is read. Let's fix that. And corrects. So for those who are new to this, these are when I record. When I read chapters from my stories and correct them as I go. I record the process. So while this is happening, I will be ignoring the chat. And should the chapter run long, the stream reader battle will be delayed until I'm done. To minimize delays, I will start now by confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I will confirm I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and we'll see you on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting. With me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, we are doing chapter 65 of The Captain's Heart. Gralgeron stood in the archway, watching Jeremy work among the other technicians. The first few days had been rough to listen to his hard talk after the shifts, but he'd stopped complaining. Gralgeron had still stayed away from engineering to avoid giving the impression on him or Alexianakaran that he was judging either's behavior. "Are you checking in on him?" his friend said, taking position next to Gralgeron. "Or me?" "Neither. But since you are here, how is he doing?" Alexianakaran sighed. "He's not terrible. He's not horrible. He clearly understands the basics of the technology, but I sometimes think he purposely refuses to acknowledge my rank. That hunter you have looking after him had to keep him from doing other unauthorized repairs a few times. I didn't assign him to Jer. They're friends." Alexianakaran shrugged. "Then he's lucky to have a friend like him. I wouldn't have the patience to constantly remind him technicians report to me, and I decide if now is the time to do the repairs. I can hear the resentment in his voice each time he has to report in." He sighed. "But once I authorize the work, what he does is good. Like I said, he understands the basics of the technology." "I had no doubt." His friend snorted. "I'm sure of that. If you aren't checking in on us, why are you standing there, watching that heart of yours have fun instead of working?" Alexianakaran was right that Jeremy seemed to be having a good time with the other technicians. There was a decent amount of shouldering and hip checking. "Have you become an engineer who demands his technician be all dour? Or are you saying Jer's neglecting his work?" "Ha, him? Neglect? I certainly can't fault him his work ethics, other than respecting me. Most shift end that his friend has to drag him out. I think that if not for that, he'd work all shifts." The technicians had heard the outburst, and while most returned to what they had been doing, Jeremy hurried to step away from Turek, Salminial, and another technician. "I doubt it, but he would stay until he felt the work was finished, regardless of if it was already to approved standards or not. Yeah, well, he needs to learn what he thinks is correct doesn't matter." Jimmy looked in their direction before focusing on the panel. Alexianakaran sighed. "Just go to him and tell him I'm not going to prevent him from having a good time while he works. And if you're going to give him that good time, there's an alley 3 intersections that away. And have him back here in an hour. I don't want him to have any excuses to work shifts. I'm not supervising him." His friend headed to the stairs. I need to account for the fact I need to account for the healing of his injury. So yeah, he had a cane before, now he's barely limping. And Galgeron toward his heart. "You aren't in trouble," Turek Selminial was saying, when Galgeron was close enough to hear. "We are ahead of schedule. That's what the engineer looks at when evaluating performance. If we have fun in that time, if we have fun in that time, that's fine." Yeah, fun is a part of working efficiently, he confirmed, causing Jeremy to startle. "Captain," the other technician greeted him. "Technician," he replied, "has my heart been behaving himself?" Jeremy hung his head. "I swear, that wasn't what it looked like. I wouldn't do that to you." "It looked like you were having an enjoyable time." Gregorian was surprised at what felt like an out-of-proportion reaction. Jeremy turned, and when he looked at him, Gregorian couldn't shake the sense he had to force himself to. We're just goofing around, I swear. They all know I'm yours, and even if one of them had made advances, I'd have returned them. I'd have turned them down since I'm with you. Oh, all right. He wasn't sure what else to say. Clearly, them being together was important, but why Jeremy felt it meant he needed to abstain from a good time with friends if he felt like it was odd. Are you here checking in on me? Jeremy asked with a hint of suspicion. Gargrand chuckled. I just wanted to see you. We're in transit and it's quiet, so I felt like making sure you were fine. Inviting him to an alley had been among the options, but now he wasn't sure he'd be able to convince him, Alexiana Karan, would be fine with it. To make sure you hadn't stopped complaining about the engineer because you thought I minded. Jeremy searched his face, then relaxed. No, he's fine. A bit stuck up and definitely too full of himself, but I've dealt with worse, and to be fair to him, he's not treating me any differently than the others. Speaking of which, he motioned to the window where the engineer stood, watching them. We should get back to work. He isn't, but Jeremy had already turned to the board. A look at Turek Salminial got him a shrug. Clearly, Jeremy's friend had caught as little of this scent as he had. He left them to their work. And consider what to do next. The administrative side was dealt with for the day, and unless something happened, his presence on the bridge wouldn't affect anything. He could see which of his friend was available for a meal, or he put the earpiece in and located the name on his tablet. Ral, the ambassador greeted him. What can I do for you? Querec, I was wondering if you had some time. I have questions about Earthers. Your time among them might have given you answers to. I'm finishing a report, then I was planning on going to a training hall for some exercise. Which one? I can join you there. Gargan caught his opponent's arm, turned, and brought her down to the mat, holding her there. He looked at Kurigral, who was fighting a male with short black fur who was keeping the ambassador on his toes. He pulled the female to her feet and took position. This time she came at him with a series of kicks, forcing him to step back until he reached the edge of the fighting circle. When he went on the offensive, she was quick to step aside, then had him on his back with a satisfied grin. When she pulled him up, Kurigral stood, watching, his opponent nowhere to be seen. Thank you for the match, he told her, and joined his friend. Feel like sharing a shower? He offered as they headed for the lockers. I do, the male answered, but I hope you don't mind if I prefer it be in one of our apartments. Training hall showers aren't as clean as they want you to think. I'm certain maintenance does a good job of it, but I'm fine with your apartments. With our apartments. Yours are closer. Quirk held him in place, panting. You are, Gagaran panted, more assertive than I expected. The male nuzzled through the mane, and I expected you to fight back harder. I hope I didn't disappoint you too much, then. He turned to face his friend. I like assertiveness. Surprised, nothing more. I like my sex happening, not happening in specific ways. Then maybe I can see about showing you some assertiveness once we've caught our breath. Kurgiral laughed. Do hunters get special treatment to be able to go again after catching your breath? I'll need slightly longer. Kurgiran pulled the male against him. You can answer my questions in the meantime. You said they were about Earthers. I don't know how much more than what's in the text I'll be able to tell you. It's about relationships. Jer seems uncomfortable with any time he looks to enjoy himself when I'm present, and more than once he's mentioned how he wouldn't do anything inappropriate because he's mine. I hope he wouldn't do anything inappropriate at all. Being your heart isn't going to keep him out of being fined. It feels more like he means it as inappropriate to me. Have you seen anything about how they are that might explain his reaction? I'm afraid I'm not as familiar with that side of them as you think, or their family structure and attachments aren't an aspect that came up at all in diplomatic talks. I can tell you that their family units are built around two parents, male and female, and their offsprings. Chryserix? Earthers, that would be plural. Earthers don't seem to have an equivalent. Or if they do, I haven't noticed such in my limited interaction with them on the station. The commander was careful to control what I saw of it and the people there. don't have a reason to believe he was controlling the impression of their families. It could simply be a consequence of what Jeremy went through. It might have left him with a need to reassure you he'll. Nothing followed. Gregoran nodded. That's where I got stuck too. No matter how I look at it, I can't understand it. I'll I'll get I get if he needs me to reassure him after what they did to him, but he's the one always doing it, and when he might have fun too. I don't have answers for you, I'm afraid. Have you considered asking him? He was already uncomfortable when he did it in engineering earlier. I didn't want to press him there. Tonight, I'll ask. Then how about I get a snack while we wait for our bodies to catch up to what we want to do? I have a kitchen and I'm a decent cook, so long as I'm not imposing. Oh, you are quite imposing, but I like that in a male. Sorry, Gregoran told Kerjerik. The scanner officer exchanged a look with LRR. I was just reporting that scans are clear. Right, sorry. I have a few things on my mind. If you don't mind me saying, Alpha, Filninan said, but just what can be happening in your life to distract you this much? Love, LRR declared. Come on, he has his heart. Kerjerik replied, that's one aspect of his life he doesn't have to worry about. Gergerin chuckled and drew everyone stairs. Eyes on station, please. They looked at them, declared everything was blue, and stared at him again. I'm simply navigating cross-species differences with little reference points. Didn't they have to fill out a giant report about who they were when the Earthers started the process of joining the Federation? Filninan asked. About who they are as a species, Gregorin replied. Their biology, physiology, some element of their cultures, but hardly anything about how they view relationships. And I'm guessing nothing about them forcing who their people can have sex with, LRR said. No, nothing about that, he said. He would have preferred that aspect of what had happened to Jeremy remain between them, but considering he marched onto the Earther station with hunters, that should not be capitalized, the story was always going to spread. So your heart's not adjusting to what exactly? Kerjerik asked. I don't know. How I feel about him having fun, possibly. They stared at him again. Why would you matter in him having fun? Filninan asked. He shrugged. Hence why I wish I had more information on them. Have you looked through their ballads? Kerjerik asked, then elaborated. If they're anything like ours, they're going to cover every aspect of their society, even those they didn't want to make public. We have that gigantic database of them filed as forbidden content, which seems to have circulated, Gregoran said. Knowing who to blame, but without evidence, he'd already done all he could, and with evidence, the quartermaster would simply smile and ask if he wanted to keep him company in the cell. Not that I could sit through one of them, the censor officer said. Or so I'm told, very long, with hardly anything happening, or so I'm told again. You going to report them? Filninan asked, for telling you they're watching contraband? It isn't contraband, Gregoran said. It was simply acquired illegally, and while we were shepherding the Earthers in the Federation, and since it happened while we were conducting an illicit hunt within their territory, it was safer not to have the information propagating. So it's now safe for us to watch their ballots? LRR asked. No, Kergerik said emphatically. Didn't you hear what I said? They are boring. I sat through the tale of Artarim Doricaliarim, and that had me on the edge of my seat for the whole 20 minutes compared to the hours of nothing in the Earther's ballad. Hours? The pilot asked. What takes place in a ballad for hours? Nothing. the sensor officer said in exasperation. And you hate our alphas so much, the comm officer, that you want him to torture himself with them? I'm just saying that if he's that desperate, there's one source of information he can investigate. I'll consider it, Gergren said. The idea had merit, and you know what? The idea had merit, and he wouldn't be watching to be entertained, so the lack of content wouldn't bother him. This was nothing more than sniffing through a pile of evidence for the nugget that would bring a hunt to its conclusion. And that concludes chapter 65 of The Captain's Heart. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is available on Ream Story. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And yeah, links are in the notes. And with that, I shall wish you a good day. I keep feeling there's something that I've missed, but oh well. Here. It should be here. Right. Starting with this. Also named there's Creature of War needs to be updated, I think. Well, not updated, but a chapter added. 65 or so. So that's January. Alright. Da, 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 30th. Oh, right. I'm on the wrong one. This is the one. That's what happens when I try to go a little too quick. Hello, Captain Stogie. Welcome to the stream. Your clock has been updated. Enjoy making breakfast. Oh, that's been posted, so I can view. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 52 allies. We're going up against 46 enemies, and we are off. Zuckerfjordahoren is in the lead up. Full Onion takes over that. Ginger is in third. Zucker is in first. Onion is in first. Zucker is in second. Asiago is in third. I've killed 2 epics. Asiago's in first place. Onion is in second. Zucker's in third. And we are about to be done. There we go. We're done. We've won. Oh, I've already killed my ranged unit. That's nice. Zuckerfjordahoren is in first place with 8 assists. JR926 is in second place, 4 and 4. Asiago is in third, 2 kill, 6 assist. We've got gold and the captain's there. We've got fairies and Decanezer is there. So everything's been assigned. That doesn't happen often. Which means that we move on to the next battle. And an insane one before the gold chest. Alrighty, what do we have here? What's my cursor? There we go. Placing. Okay, first off, I need to go check this. No, that is done. So, place saints or creator. Okay, Slayer. So, where are my saints? There will be my saints. You're getting a soul. And you're going here. So. Since that, we're gonna go range. And that'll be a high ground. And in half an hour, we will see how this turns out. Alrighty. I will start another one by confirming microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I will confirm I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording and I will see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, we are doing chapter 66 of The Captain's Heart. What? Jeremy asked with a chuckle, roll of meat with a vegetable paste at its center. To his lips. The last week of issues with the toilet had caused him to visit medical, where tests that showed he was deficient in a series of nutrient calcirians didn't need in as large quantities. Instead of handing him pills to deal with it, after a quick search, they had a list of dishes he needed to make his mainstay. He needed more vegetables in his diet, they told him, and those had vegetables-based pastes instead of the protein-based ones many of the selections contained. The list had been long enough. He'd been able to replace all the flavors with something that had vegetables in it. And it's going to have to be reworked in the second draft. Too many vegetables shows up too often. I'm going to have to change that. Just enjoying the view, his heart replied, smiling. Feels more like you're paying attention to paying attention when I'm looking at other people. No, you don't have to worry, right? I'm not going to. I know, Kierkegaard said gently. He took his hand. You don't need to constantly reassure me. I trust you, Jer. He chuckled nervously. Sorry, it's just that with how... He couldn't voice it. Even now, after reminding his friends, and sometimes strangers, all the flirting made him feel like he was expected to cheat on his heart. I know, Gregor repeated in the same tone. You don't have to worry either. He squeezed his heart's hand. He hadn't realized how much he needed the reassurance. What's the plan for you today? And any large any large administrative tasks to keep you from getting bored? I'm on power distribution supervision again. He couldn't keep the derision out of his voice. Don't diminish the work. Every position is important to a properly running ship. As for me, we're still a few days away from our destination, so I won't know what will have to be done until we have scans of the area. But I need to make sure we're ready for all eventualities. That's what the quartermaster gave you, right? When Gregoran only nodded, he added, You were expecting it, right? I mean, he works for you. You the hunter, I mean. Gregoran laughed. No, he doesn't. Not officially, at least. What does that mean, not officially? His art ate 3 of the meat cylinder dipped in the spicy sauce they shared before answering. We have networks, people in places to hear information that can help our hunts or even start them. And some of them are within groups the leadership considers undesirables, since they are the best placed to learn of criminal activities that might impact Kelser as a whole, like those vanished ships. He nodded. Most of those are people we rescued, and they pay us back by informing us. The way you rescued Zinial Talhalan. Not exactly. I didn't know who he was when I rescued him. The hunt I was on happened to take me past the village he'd been abandoned in. I saw the fighting and intervened. Alone? Without a pack? Jeremy asked suspiciously. From conversation with Toruk and his heart, he picked up a bit about hunter procedures, and one of their core tenets was that they acted as packs. The female I was tracking was alert for hunters, so the pack hung well back. It was easier to pass myself off as a tourist if she ambushed me on my own. So you rescued him, but he didn't get you information? But he doesn't get you information? He does, but not because I rescued him. I didn't learn he was Tahalan until he'd made himself quartermaster. Wait, made himself? Don't positions that capitalize the name have to be earned through academies and some such? Quartermaster is a fully civilian position, so how someone ends up in charge is handled differently. The planet where he was abandoned wasn't one I could leave him on and not have to worry about Zinila Haran meddling in my life in ways I don't want. Because, for as much of an annoyance as Zinial Tahalan can be, he wants to earn his keep. He convinced the quartermaster to employ him. The female retired the next time we were at Kelser, and he was her recommendation for the position. I had no reason to go against her wishes, so I let it stand. You let the guy who drives you nut in a position have a position of authority? Didn't occur to you he might have arranged things? If anyone arranged anything, it's his namesake, and I hadn't had reason to interact with him until then. More than once, I've considered leaving him at a station for some of the things he's done. And you haven't? Because each time it's becoming a serious consideration, he'll hand me something like this, which will either play a crucial part in bringing a hunt to an end or put me on the scent of something that would have had serious repercussion for our people. His namesake makes sure Xenial Tahalan earns his right to stay. And that's helping you with the ships. I trust that it will. And because of that, he's staying out of the cells for somehow having information on a hunt I hadn't filed. Do you have to... His tablet buzzed. The reminder his shift was going to start soon. As a technician, he couldn't afford to be late to work. I need to get to work. He took his heart's hand and rubbed his cheek against it. I'll see you after shift. Have a good one, Gugran called after him. He tapped the screen, then brought up the slider to adjust the power to that section of the civilian quarterdeck. Even before he had the slider where he wanted it, he knew something was off. The power wasn't adjusting accordingly. At a glance, he had to send 30% more to the deck to meet the demand he was seeing. He brought up a different screen, entered commands, and confirmed the power running through the regulator he controlled matched the reading. Another set of checks, and he had the culprit. One of the capacitor banks was eating power. He called up the location and had to stop himself from starting to divert power away. This wasn't how things were done. It still rank that he couldn't just fix the problem, but all he had to do was remind himself that short of an emergency situation, he too preferred to be told to be told what was happening instead of having to attack it, just handle it. A look over his shoulder showed him the engineer was at the reactor, changing circuits. If Jeremy had known, the boards could be brought up powered up or down. Individually, he would have been able to get the reactor working much faster. He wanted to blame Turek for not telling him, but he hadn't even asked. He'd taken for granted that the entirety of the reactor as a whole was a whole because that was how he built his. He brought up the engineer messaging system. Engineer, there is a power drain on the 33rd capacitor bank. He attached information, locked the screen to a tab, and continued to work, trying to put the situation out of his mind. The engineer would decide how and who would handle it. His job was to see to it the rest of the sections had the power they needed to function properly. Menial work. He couldn't keep from mentally complaining. But work that needed to be done. Work he needed to do well. If he wanted a chance, the engineer would treat him with the seriousness needed so he could. What is the situation? Technician Jeremy Bradshaw. The engineer asked. A defective capacitor, engineer. He brought up the tab. We're losing around 30% of the power. We need. He stopped himself. Not his job. The engineer consulted his tablet. In an hour 18, divert their power requirement to bank 94, 113, and 215. Then see to their replacement. I'll have a set ready. Jeremy kept himself from commenting through pure will. The 73rd guy considered him, had a tilt to an ear, and spoke. You have an opinion? There was no judgment on the tone, but Jeremy knew better than to take for granted this wasn't a test. Why wait? Getting the capacitor here only takes 5 minutes, so it's enough time for me to divert the power to the other banks. Then I can do the changeover, 20 minutes at most, and we have everything back to normal. And what happens to the power of those residences if a technician needs to make adjustment to those banks in the meantime? So they're going to have power fluctuations for a bit. That's nothing horrible. The engineer considered him. I doubt those inconvenienced family will feel the same. 1 hour 18. In 1 hour 18, most of those families will be away, and the power requirement will be low enough. Any shifts in the banks they now depend on shouldn't be noticed. Again, Jeremy kept his mouth shut through willpower. But this time the engineer's expression was darker, and when he spoke, his tone carried a restrained annoyance. You have another opinion. He forced himself to keep his tone neutral. This wasn't an argument. This was him explaining a point. In that hour, how much antimatter are we going to waste to that power leak? You can't tell me that making it is so inexpensive you're willing to throw it away like this. That is my decision to make. Don't we work for the ship? Jeremy asked, unable to keep his frustration out of the voice. Don't the owner have something to say about paying for waste like that? I report to the captain. Yes. Are you suggesting that those families should be inconvenienced just so he can save a handful of kron? It's not going to be for that long, Jimmy insisted. Then Jimmy searched his face, and when he spoke again, the tone was surprisingly gentle. Technician, we, Kelsarians, value our comfort above whatever profit might come from whatever transient discomfort they would incur. I understand Earthers see things differently, but you are among us, so I ask that you keep that in mind when you feel work needs to be rushed. He smiled. And when you see your heart, you should ask him what the priorities of a hunter ship are. Profits are not among them. Once the time has elapsed, divert the power and see to the replacement of the capacitor bank. Until then, you have work to do, technician. And that concludes chapter 66 of The Captain's Heart. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is up on Ream Story. And if you are looking to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes. And with that, I shall wish you a good day. Hey, the longest, welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? Hey, Kolo, welcome to the stream. What are you up to? And Akla, welcome. How are you doing? All right, that is here. You are doing fine, Akla. I'm glad to hear that. I am doing well. Thank you very much. Read and corrects are coming along nicely. Da, 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 da. Meeting that violates something? What? Akla being fine? Oh, at the longest dick. Well, if it violates something, I'm sure they will be informed. Although I wouldn't be surprised if the goal is to get the streamer dinged on this. This is where I'm at. 65 is here. February 1st. So that's going to be 4th. And I guess the main question is, are they even still in the chat? That would probably be a good indication of intention, because if they dropped in to show they were there, get me to say it, hoping to ding me, and then just left, But, some people do like playing like that with their name, and, other than being careful how we pronounce it, not a whole lot we can do about it. And ultimately, it's their name. Case in point, you're looking to get me in trouble with your name? Okay. Intrigue. Well, intrigue is good. That is fully done. You know what? Let's bring creature of war. January 19th. Yeah, 26 should also be there. Hey, Sklo Gamer! Welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? What? What happened here? Oh, this is 26. Okay, that's what happened. Doing good. Going to dedicate 12 hours to write. Oh, cool. Congrats. I certainly hope it goes as you wish. Oh, that's been posted. Oh, that's what I forgot to do this morning. Start here instead. Oh, come on. You've got to be kidding me. I'm 2 chapters behind here. I forgot. Oh. Is that the same thing here? Did I literally forget this across the board? If it is, it's definitely an indication. I need to rework to adjust my workflow for this. Well, this morning I am doing editing in the form of read and corrects. This afternoon I'll be working on a chapter for The Last Detour, which is book 9 in the Monster and Badman series. Okay, so yeah, I have. So I need to get chapter 83 up there too. That's annoying. Yeah, they're. I mean, okay, they're short works. They're action romance novellas. Well, novels, but they're in the 50K range words instead of my usual 100 and then some. So It's not to downplay anything. It's just that, you know, I don't want people to think I can pull out 150,000 words in a couple of months. Uh, Thank you. None of it is published. Like the entire series is in first draft. The World Witch is a what I call a pleasure project. It is something for me before anything else. Like I don't really have like it's gonna get published at some point, but I'm in no hurry. Because it's action romance, I will possibly publish this under a pen name. Mainly because the little I've looked about men romance written by men is dismissed very much upfront. So I'll probably create a female sounding pen name. Just eh. I like I said, it's written for me before anything else, and yeah, it's on my Patreon. It's well, right now that's the only place it can be found. I suspect that I'm not going to do anything more with it until the series is done, which should be about 18 books. Alrighty, we are going to have an advertising, Stream Radio Romance, and I'll be right back. Battle Station. Everyone. Battle Station. We have 49 allies. We're going up against 71 enemies. Let's see if anything gets close enough to do damage. Deccanizer's in first place. Wait, I've got assist. That's good. Let's see. Oh, right. I've got a Saint on this one. Yeah, I'm probably going to get a decent amount of assist from all the range in here. Sigma jumps to first place, builds a lead. Catacrack is in second place. Astromage is in third. Astromage and Decanizer have killed Epics. Oh wow, we have somebody who's actually able to go into melee combat. They may not. Well, actually, it looks like they might survive it. And we're done. We've won. Sigma OS is in first place with 71 assists. Catacrack is in second place, 44 assists. Astromage is in third, 24 kill, 8 assists. We have Saints, we've got Shinobis. We got nobody claiming them. So, QS creates, gets sanctified. Shosumam gets a Shinobi. And we move on to a gold loyalty chest before the boss. And it will be another saint with a soul. And you know what? Let's go center. Let's go center field. And in half an hour, we will see how this turns out. You love any romance? That is cool. Alrighty, I will get another read and correct started by confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I will confirm I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording and I will see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Knights, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, we are doing chapter 67 of The Captain's Heart. We have arrived at the coordinates. Hargarin Felrorter de Skimar said, the pilot looking over her screens, momentum is now null. Nothing out of the ordinary on sensor. Lelgrim Derisik Sel Centarikim said, waiting on order for active scan. Gagaran looked toward Murosotori Dilakatirina Tiren, and the comm officer shook her head. Of course, his prey wouldn't be. You know what? That's going to be a different paragraph. Of course, his prey wouldn't be stupid enough to broadcast comm on the open bands, but completely hiding communication was impossible if the ship's okay, but I'm going to remove this. But completely hiding was impossible if the ship's communication array was advanced enough. And, as with all hunter ships, the Bane had the best the leadership gave them access to. Even the animosity of the current leaders toward him hadn't kept him from retrofitting the array the last time he'd been at Kelser, and while they'd again attempted to take the ship from him. His ship also had a good decryption program, as good decryption program as his experts could write. Of course, his prey might be light years away. The sector was vast, and passive scans were limited to the speed of light, and active scans to not much more than that, and both came with their own set of complications. If active scan detected his prey, anyone at their sensor would know. If they shut down most of the system, the Bane would have to be on them to be on them. To detect the energy traces. Still, other than knowing the sector was where he should search, he had other information to guide the hunt. He brought up the projection of the sector, then overlaid the courses of the three missing ships. The wings had the closest to their position, and most likely place to start was where the three courses, damn it, closest twice. Almost intersected. He sent the course information and their destination. Get on Thunderil's wing course with that destination. Lelgrim Derisik scan remained passive and set them to pick up anything a battle would leave behind. This hunt will carry over many shifts and days. Hunters, remain alert when you are active, rest and live when you are not. When you are not. There is no telling when the gods will call on us to go on the front line. We die so others live, they responded. Not this hunt, he replied. The usual reminder not to throw their lives away needlessly. Oh, I so don't know if I'm ready for this, Growl, Jimmy said as they approached the reservoir's archway. We can return to our apartment, Chair. No, you have no idea how long it's been since I've been swimming. The pool on Einstein was in so much demand. I was lucky if I could get in and get an hour and a half. If I could get a half-hour slot once a month. It's just that he'd explain what going swimming would entail. The fact that Kelsarians would be nude. He'd also reassured him there would be no sex there. The reservoir wasn't designated as a leisure area. He'd brought up the idea both because after 3 days without result, he needed to go out and do something that wouldn't also come with the risk of being offered sex, and in an attempt to expose Jeremy to more Kelsarian culture. He would respect him and Earth customs, but he hoped that in getting comfortable with how Kelsarians were, he'd grow to understand that love wasn't dependent on sex. Jeremy had been more receptive to the idea of swimming than expected, but the nudity had put him off. He made it clear he wouldn't do it, and had okay, yeah, this needs to alter because, as my co-scriptor pointed out, there's no reason he'd have a print of swimming trunks. He made it clear he wouldn't do it. He wouldn't do it. Um, wouldn't do that, and had cut a pair of pants just above the knee and called them swimming trunks. And called them the swimming trunks he was already wearing. Then had been the surprise over the swimming taking place at the reservoir. They entered the undressing room, and Jeremy was already blushing, trying to look away from everyone there. Gargan scanned his bracelet over a locker, then urged his heart to do the same with his. Jer, we can come back. I'm okay. He took off his jacket, then his shirt, and Gargan undressed, storing everything except his bracelet and collar. As much as he wanted this to be pure relaxation with his heart, there was a hunt happening, and he needed to remain accessible at all time. Don't know how you do it, Jeremy whispered, furtively glancing at the others. Only males, he noted. I've seen plenty of naked males. I expect they don't hold the same exotic appeal to me as you. I'm not. He looked at Groggeran. You know I wouldn't. He took a slow breath. This is harder than I thought. You can look, he said. No one will mind. No one will think you are inviting them. We don't have the same relationship to clothing and lack thereof as Earthers do. Jimmy squared his shoulder and headed for the other side of the undressing room. Except you don't allow nakedness everywhere. That implies it's not as natural as you're saying. Gergrin chuckled. It is natural. But then, so are males and females using the opportunity to put themselves on display. And that is distracting, even if you're not the intended recipient. What does putting themselves on display mean? The door slid open and Jeremy gasped, raising his hand to shield his eyes. Fuck, I didn't think it would be this hot or bright. Gargran's eyesight adjusted after a few seconds of glare blindness. I told you it would be warmer than the rest of the ship. We enjoy sunning ourselves. You didn't mention that last part. Not that I would have expected this anyway. I'm going to have to print sunglasses for the next time. Your eyesight isn't adjusting? Jeremy chuckled. You have a wider range of in what frequency you hear, as well as light adaptivity. That's more of a question. Wonder if there's something we humans are more adept at than you are. Gergran kept his response to himself, making Jeremy blush by pointing out just how much more sensitized his skin wouldn't serve to make him at ease with the situation. He'd demonstrate once they were back at in their apartment. He looked around. Sand, too. He sunk his toe in it. This is like an actual beach. I was expecting something more like the pool on Einstein. Are you okay to go to the water, or is the light too much? I'll be fine. He walked. How do you keep the sand people drag into the water from clogging the system? The same way we keep the fur we shed from clogging it. Good filtration. As expected, they attracted look, and Gagaran remained alert for anyone approaching with lewdness on their face or an erection. This wouldn't be a time when his heart had to deal with exotic seekers. Okay, that's excessive. He snapped his attention in the direction Jeremy looked, away from, thinking he'd missed someone approaching. Instead, the male was parading himself, his ash fur neatly groomed and shimmering in the light. On top of having the fur trimmed around his groin to draw the eye there, he'd added a ring of sparkling rocks in what looked like Eritan wood at the base of his cock, and 2 on top of his balls. A show of wealth, along of displaying his impressive endowment. You ask what someone putting themselves on display looked like? And that's allowed here? It's tolerated. There's always a few warning. There's always a few warning given when putting on display turns to demonstrating what they're capable of. But it's been a while since a report of someone arrested for inappropriate behavior has crossed my desk. That, Jeremy said without motioning to who he meant, would get someone arrested pretty much anywhere on Earth. Well, there are nudist beaches and colonies, but I have no idea how that works. You know what? And I doubt. And I doubt they'd be okay with something that blatant. They stopped at the edge of the water. Jeremy peered into the distance. Just how large is this? 500 meters in that direction, 100 across. How deep? 200 meters at the deepest, but only 20 can be swum in. And the waves, he motioned to the people bobbing on the surface of the low waves. They're set to vary from still water to about twice what's happening now at random intervals. Nothing bigger, nothing we can surf on? Gregory chuckled. Not on a ship, or at least this ship. Surf is a planet-side activity. I can take you when we visit Kelser. Another planet? Jeremy said in awe. I never thought I'd do that. Aren't there other colonies in Earth territories? A handful, but it's not like I'd ever get approval to go. Not even for a visit? It's not like I really looked into them, but as far as I know, they're working settlements, not touristic ones. He hesitated. Others don't seem to be strong on making sure they enjoy the life they live. Jimmy laughed. I'd like to think we are. But I'll grant you, we don't do it to Kelsarian levels. I think the drive to advance is genetic for us. So, how does this work? Do we just go in? Unless you feel you need my assistance, then yes, you... Jimmy ran into the water, then threw himself in, resurfacing further. Gregran ran. I don't need the into the water. Ran after his heart. Then they chased each other among the swimmers, starting a splashing war at some point. And that concludes chapter 67 of The Captain's Heart. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe, hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is available on Ream Story, actually well ahead of what's being posted here. And if you wish to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. The links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Interestingly enough, you saw an interview of J.K. Rowling when she first published Harry Potter, and publisher told her not to use her full name because they thought boys would not read a book written by a woman. So she went with J.K. But looks like they were wrong. Were they? The thing is, how in front of the book what did she put herself at the start? You know, did the I don't know, but the thing is, once the momentum on a series is started, it's a lot easier for people to accept, the revelation of something. Hey, the lady writes from YouTube. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? February 4th, the 6th. I'll be right back. Okay, so Captain's Heart is done for today. Let's prepare. Well, just bring it up so it's there. Now work on the World Witches. I'm miffed that I missed a chapter, but again, that's why I've got a buffer. there's been a mistake there. I hate this. But I can't, well, I can't do anything about it simply, so I'm not going to bother. Although, actually, you know what? What if the mistake is not what I think? You know what? Let's do that. What's up? Right. Let's go back here. All right, now to work that one out. Really? Last week? Oh, there's no way that's correct. That used to be quite literally in line with the captain's heart. So, yeah, we're going to realign this forcefully. Actually, no, if it's 10 chapters ahead, that's 10 weeks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Ah, why not? I can file that as me screwing up. Okay. It's not like anyone's gonna be surprised. Really? Okay. So, we say next week. That's gonna be between I mean, it could just be that the captain's heart shifted things around. Wait. This is the Woolwich is 83, so this 83 is done. So this should be 80. Okay, if it's 84, definitely makes a bit, well, meh. Yeah, it makes a bit more sense. Okay. Then why is this not done? That's interesting. I did it there, but I forgot to do it here. Interesting. A little confusing, though. So, fifth. No. That's decade. Well, okay, yeah, that is how I did this. Okay. Continuing. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 35 allies. We're going up against 94 enemies. Sigma is in first place. Shosamom is in second. Kinzu takes over second. Monobear takes over first. Kinzu's in second. Sigma's in third. Monobear has killed 2 epics. Let's see. Monobear is in first place. Kinzu is in second. Sigma is in third. And now the two armies will mash up and we'll see what happens. Tundra Chick takes over second, is in third. Mono Bear's back in first. Kinzu's in second. Sigma's in third. And yeah, we're about to be done. There we go. We're done. We've won. Mono Bear is in first place. 49 kill, 13 assist. Kinzu's in second place, 18 kill, 36 assist. And Tundra Chick is in third, 1 kill, 16 assist. We've got fairies again. Oh, but no Dekineser. Okay. We've got gold and the captain's not there. Okay, and the Berserker is not claimed by anyone. So, Mono Bear gets gold, Shalsamum goes berserk, Spider Pup gets dusted. And we move on to the boss battle. Where, right, I need to clear a quest. Should have done that previous one, but yeah. And with both Saint having been put down, I'm going to shift to that so I can keep track of my Orc Slayers. And time for you. Alrighty, half an hour to see how this turns out. Alright, and I will move on to this. Holy cow. And they're gonna be a long side. A bit on the long side. Alrighty. I will start. Actually, I want to check something real quick. Yep, that's correct. I will start with confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I will confirm I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I will see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today we are doing chapter 18 of Stepping Wild. The shadows were stretching by the time Tibbs sensed the oddity at the edge of his range. He'd spent the day walking and sensing, heading for anything that might have been someone or a mass of animal that would indicate they were feasting on or protecting their kill. Possibly the missing man. The one such mass had been wolves, but the kill had been a deer. And now this. Even as far as it was, he could tell it wasn't an animal, and certainly not a dungeon creature. Now that he headed in that direction and the oddity stretched further, he could tell the essence was structured in an unnatural way that happened in the unnatural way that happened with buildings that were made with magic. Was that what caused people who ventured deep into the forest not to return? An old sorcerer's home, its enchantment breaking down, and what? All he had to go by were songs of such places and the danger they represented, but he knew better than to trust bards and their songs. You know what? I don't need their songs to trust bards. Still, he could envision a sorcerer using traps to keep intruders away, and after the sorcerer died, over centuries, this weaves degrading. They might let someone wander in, but not let them out. And if someone was lost in the forest, any building would seem like a safe place. But something in what he'd sensed made this feel off. If it was a building, it was vast, stretching well beyond what he sensed, both ahead and into the sides. And now that he had some precision, other than the gap he now headed for, there were no windows. There were where he'd expect to sense the remnant of enchantments. No door or archways. Once he was closer still, close enough he thought he should make it out among the trees, what he sensed didn't have the feel of a wall stretching on either side and within, but of uneven columns placed next to each other like a village palisade. It also wasn't made of stone or brick, as you'd expect in such an ancient structure, as you'd expect such an ancient structure to be made of. Sorcerer's towers were always made of those in the songs. Then he was close enough to see the gap between the large trees. They were so close together they had to hide the structure he sensed. Well, 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 Tibbs froze. The voice came from all around him. He couldn't tell if it was a man or a woman, but the pleased tone came through clearly. Mirka, it called. There's already another one. The voice reminded him of Zachariah and others like them who came across us both. He started for the gap again. No, this wasn't a person the way Tibbs was one. Somehow, even though he couldn't sense the stone of a cliff or a cliffside. Actually, you know what? I think cliffside is one word. All right, I guess not. Beyond the wall, he was hearing a dungeon. Really? The new voice sounded like an older version. Was Murkut a dungeon? Wait, this one's different. I know. Somehow the words carried a smirk. Oh, what do you think it means? I don't know. Murka replied, tone pensive. I wasn't taught they could have more than one element. It would be the helper, Tibbs decided. But it has them, the dungeon said eagerly. That means this one's going to be fun, right? That it's going to do something, unlike the previous ones. Well, if you don't count the screaming and crying by the end. I hope this one lasts longer. Tibbs now stood before the gap, and those uneven columns were the trees on each side, and stretching as far as he could see and sense, branches crossed at about twice his height, giving the impression of an archway. This was the dungeon's entrance. He was certain of it. But where was it? Where were the mountains, the cliff? Could there be a mound? Would that be enough? And then stretch under the ground, where the tree walls to camouflage that, except that he couldn't sense corridors under him. And the walls of columns past the entrance were arranged to make halls and rooms. He stepped in, smiling. However it had happened, he had a dungeon the guild didn't control. Hi, I'm Tibbs, he greeted them. What's your name? The silence was total, not even the rustling of leaves. He chuckled. I already heard you talking. I know you can hear me. I'd like to... The essence hit him before he could react, raw, thick, and accompanied by terrified gibberish. I'm not... His skull was cut off by the tree that grew and impaled him. That pain was added to another, growing through his shoulder, and he slammed back against something that wasn't there, pinned. Stop! The leaves were over his face, in his mouth, and his throat. The pain was immense as it ripped, but but he couldn't scream, couldn't take in air to do so. Things grew into his chest, ripping and pushing part of him aside, causing his life essence to leak out. He tried to use earth for strength, but he couldn't focus. He had to do something, anything, to stop the dungeon from killing him this way. He hadn't avenged... He fell to all four, coughing, and thought he was hacking out his insides. There, a woman said, or possibly a girl. The hand rubbed his back. It's all right. You're here now. You do seem to find the most interesting ways to come to us. Where? He stopped as the expected rawness in his throat didn't manifest. He looked at his chest, which was fine. Even his armor was undamaged. There, he wasn't in pain or dying. He shuddered at the memory of his insides. How had he survived? Because you came to me, she said, and Tibbs forced himself to look up, away from his uninjured body. She smiled at him, lips of delicate bark in a face of rougher wood, but lined in a way that Tibbs thought men, who liked their women younger, would find attractive. Her eyes were the green of fresh summer grass, her hair fronds of willow with all color of flowers growing through them. She stood, and her body was made of different shades of wood, with flowers and moss growing in places women didn't expose to other people unless they had planned for them. You're wood. He stood in surprise at the realization. He was taller than she. Her head only went to his chest. She chuckled lightly. Oh, I am so much more. But wood is what those like you call me. His cheek burned. How do you want to be called? Why had he assumed that her name would be what her name would assume what? Her name would be just because it was what everyone else used. Whatever is easiest for you to understand. She motioned to the side, and the leaves that covered the ground rearranged themselves into a table and chairs. I believe you prefer sitting when having discussions? I don't mind standing, he replied, not wanting to impose. She smiled. But you prefer sitting. She motioned to a chair, and a tankard formed on the table. You also enjoy ale, but that isn't something I can offer, even if some of me goes into it. He sat. He'd forgotten how the elements knew everything about him since they took the words they used to speak from his mind. I didn't think I'd have another audience. A plate formed on the table. He chuckled. Are you offering a steak to go with the conversation? That is not something for me to offer, she replied gently, the plate remaining empty. He looked around at the trees and flowers and grass and mound of moss. He recognized some, but not most. You're all this. You said you're more than wood. You're nature, right? I am all this, she replied with a smile. What do you see? He looked around at the trees and flowers, the grass and mounds. He searched through and around them, trying to understand her question. He was about to ask when what was missing registered. There are no animals. Those are for another. But who would it be if not nature? The only possibility was fever. That was the element of the body, the flesh. People tended to think of it as only meaning people, but animals were made of the same stuff as people. Why did it take so long to have an audience? The right conditions are not always easy to achieve. But I've tried before, many times. I spent a month in the forest. There was this cave filled with crystal. Nothing happened. You stopped before the proper state was reached. I was fed up with it. He barely swallowed the anger. He'd tried for the strong emotions that were easy to trigger, but even channeling fire to fuel the anger, he hadn't been able to build it into the rage the way he had before. He'd contemplated impaling himself on a crystal spire, but hadn't been able to work up the courage. She placed a hand on his. You are here now. That's all. That is what matters, is it not? I guess. She studied him. Are you no longer on the path you set upon? No, he persisted. I still want to make them pay. There was no point in not being direct. She saw his mind. I just figured that I couldn't have an audience without having access to a dungeon. He frowned. What's with this one? Her eyebrow raised. The eyebrow she raised was made of delicate yellow petals. There aren't any mountains. How is it here? She shrugged. Dungeons are not of my making. Who made them? She smiled. Who made you? He rolled his eyes. About the only thing scholars agree on is that we're all made of you. How that happened? I've heard and read more theories than the time I've asked. Purity made us, the cleric claims. We came from a dungeon, I heard once. I don't remember where. We just happened. We made ourselves. These answers apply to a dungeon as well as you, I expect. All I can say is that I did not make you, and I did not make them. So they don't have to be in a mountain to live. They can be under the ground? I do not know. Right, I guess Earth is who I have to ask. He had the tankard to his lip before remembering it was empty. He could do with ale for this. He placed it down. I guess I should get on with it. He sensed for the shadow looking around and was surprised to feel it within her, between her breast. Too easy. He paid more attention to their surrounding for any hint where the true shadows hid. Then he had no choice but to return to the one within her. It couldn't be. It was never that easy. Well, almost never. Corruption just simply handed it to him. Are you just letting me have it? You must take it, she stated. But you aren't going to test me? You're not going to have me solve some puzzle or force me to push through pain? Other than corruption, getting the shadow of the elements had never been pleasant. The small smile she responded with made him think he'd missed something. She watched him as he stood and stepped around the table, turning so she kept facing him. She didn't move beyond that. She didn't present her chest to him the way women who earned their coins by taking people to their bed would do. She watched him with what felt like affection or encouragement. The expression was difficult to discern with her face made of plants. He hesitated, finger close to the valley between her breasts, where he sensed the shadow. He took off his glove and immediately felt silly. The glove was no more real than he or she was. Everything was nothing more than essence in this place. His mind added the form he was comfortable with. Still, there was something disrespectful about touching her there with his hand covered. The skin was softer than he expected, warmer. There was something resembling the roughness of unfinished wood, but also something of how his flesh gave under the pressure of his finger and resisted being punctured. He frowned. He tried again, reminding himself that he or she wasn't solid here. He willed his fingers to be essence that passed through her flesh, or wooden flesh wouldn't let him pass. Are you stopping me from getting it? She considered something. I am not making it impossible for you to reach it. He smiled. So this is a test. Test he could work with. It was simply about working out the rules. He touched her as he stepped around her, tested the varying firmness of her flesh. Just because a shadow was close to the skin in front didn't mean that was how he was supposed to reach it. But by the time he'd done the circuit, the only way her flesh varied was in the same way people did. Bones close to the surface made it tougher. Muscles were also harder, but not as much. The tests had not told him anything of how to reach it. He placed a finger between her breast again. Maybe this was about testing his determination? He pushed. Then, when his finger didn't go in, he pushed harder. Her breathing hitched with a wince, and Tibbs jerked his hand away. Am I hurting you? Would this not hurt you? She asked, but without reproach. But you're an element. You aren't like me. She placed his hand between her breasts. I am of this. Do you not think the trees feel when you fell one? Do you think them things for you to use and throw away? He pulled his hand away, face burning with shame. There had been no accusation in her tone, but it was exactly how he thought about trees. He'd cut one down for its wood to feed a fire and not consider it or the other plants around. He'd also assumed that because the previous elements had been one way, she'd be the same. But they were all different. Plants weren't like stone or metal or air or darkness. Plants had life essence through them. He was going to have to be careful. Do as little damage as possible. I need a tool, something sharp. She looked at him impassively. All this is you, so you can make me something like that, right? He'd seen wooden swords cut people. All here is me, but you brought what is yours with you. With a frown, he turned his sense inward. His vast reserve was there, filled with life essence. The small, nearly non-existent ones of his other elements were at its surface. He had his bracers, but they had no reserves here. Then, when he tried channeling metal, nothing happened. He couldn't bring a new element here. What he had already was what he needed to work with. He could make it work. He only left a trace of metal essence in the reserve, enough for it not to be empty, and formed a delicate blade with it. He crouched before her and placed the point to her skin. The gentle pressure encountered resistance. As he considered how to proceed, a bead of clear liquid formed around the point and rolled down her skin. Her face was a mask of strain. You bleed? He asked in horror. Of course she did. Trees had sap going through them. When he made a gash in one, the sap bled out. With a curse, he stepped away. How badly can this hurt you? She shrugged. Has anyone else done this before? Another shrug. He wasn't the first one on this path. Water had told him that, but she hadn't said how far they'd gone. There was no order to the audiences. Maybe they'd never made it to her. Maybe she didn't know how badly this could hurt before, because she'd never been hurt like this. He looked at the wet tip of the blade and at her again. The tip of her finger was wet as she was looking, and she was looking at it as if the tip of her finger was wet as she pulled it away from her injury, and she was looking at it as if she'd never seen the liquid before. Could he do this? Hurt her? Take part of her? The shadow was always the price once he overcame the challenge. But this was different. This felt wrong. What if I decide I don't want it? Can I just leave? I can return you to where you are, which was in the process of trees growing through him, killing him. He needed the shadow to be immune to the trees, but doing so could. He crouched before her and took her hand in his. Is there another way? I don't want to hurt you. I'm not more important than you. It is where it is. Her expression was sad. If you want it, you need to take it. But it's going to affect you. He searched her face. What do you want? She smiled. I want what I am. For everything to grow, to change, to flourish. He looked at the prick his blade had made. What was behind there on people? But I can't just kill you to get that. It's not worth it. She shrugged and looked away. I can send you back. But he didn't want to die. He still had things to do, so he needed the shadow. He placed the blade on her chest again and pressed gently. He looked away at the beating liquid, then forced himself to watch what he was doing. He pressed harder, and she gasped. He eased the pressure and looked at her. At her face, at the pain on it, as she looked to the side. Look at me, he said gently. He wouldn't look away from the pain he was inflicting. She smiled and winced as he pushed the blade again. He had to stop. Part of him said his life wasn't worth that of an element. Except that was the test, wasn't it? She was an element. She couldn't die. She was trying to trick him. He pushed, and she wavered back. Yeah, I mean, it's the pressure. And she moved. There's almost certainly a correct term. I just don't know it. There was a bone there. He hadn't been able to get himself to break it back then, even to save Stowe. Serba had been the one who'd saved him. She'd had the strength to do what was needed, even if it was going to cost her who she was. If Tips faltered here, he'd be the one who paid. But was that so bad? Who was he to think he could do this to an element? And what happened if he died? Nothing, really. The world would go on. The guild would go on. He gripped the blade tighter. Mama's killers would go on. With a scream, he slammed the palm against the hilt, and the blade sank deep. He ignored her pain, gasped, and labored, breathing. He pushed a finger into the hole and used the little earth essence he had to increase his strength. The bones broke, and he reached in for the shadow. It melded into him, and a new reserve formed between earth and air. His vast reserve would be even larger now, but he'd long ago lost any sense of how deep it was. And that wasn't important. I have it. You can undo this. With a wet cough, she slumped forward. He caught her. She was heavier than she looked. You can stop, he said. It's over. I didn't know, she whispered, her voice cracking with a spasm. How did you not know? How didn't you know? he demanded. She looked at him, confused, and when she coughed, liquid dripped over her lips. He pulled her to him. I'm sorry, I didn't want this. I know. She smiled. I know that you. The world trailed off, and he held in her head. Slumped. He moved away, horrified at what he'd done. He made an etching of purity, but he didn't have enough essence, and she was already crumbling away, melting into the ground. What had he done? How could he have been so... I am proud of you. He jerked away from the touch, blade up, ready to... She smiled at him, standing before him. A glance showed him the little of her left being absorbed. Then he took her in, whole, unarmed. The obvious registered. I really hate, he grumbled, how I'm always forgetting you aren't real. I'd even reminded myself of that before. He motioned to the ground. Only part of him hadn't believed it. With barely any acting on her part, she'd fooled him completely. What's the point? He demanded, standing. He resisted the urge to step away as she approached. Everything begins, everything grows, everything ends. It's the way of all that exists out there. I know that, he snapped. I lost too much already not to. Her smile was sad. You don't. But that too is the way of those who exist out there. And you are a child of them. Tip snorted. I haven't been a child in a long time. That is true, but you are still a child to us, all of you. Fine. He no longer felt like indulging her. What happens now? Now you go back. She placed a hand on his chest, but with a boon. What do you mean? It wouldn't do for you to end just as you leave here. But I have your essence. What can hurt me? A rule was broken, and even I am bound by them. But I, too, am not beyond pushing against rules if I feel so inclined. She smiled. With you, I do. But she shoved. And that concludes chapter 18 of Stepping Wild. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is up for free on Royal Road. And if you want to support me and read ahead of that, that is on Ream Story. We're about 12 chapters ahead. And if you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. The links are in the notes. And with that, I shall wish you a good day. Really? Already ending this? Is it already ending early today? Is that what? Yeah, looks like that. Okay. Hey, Bob. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for the raid. I hope you had a good stream yourself. I hope the rest of your day goes well. Atoll Station. Everyone. Battle Station. We have 58 allies. We are going up against 114 enemies. And we are off. Katakrak starts in first place. Sigma's in second. In third, as Quinn jumps to second place. Too many people kill epics. I can't keep track. Sorry. Quinn is now in first place. Katakrak is in second. Sigma is in third. I'm surprised at how little. I'm not even getting enough assists to be on the top 10. That is interesting. Quinn is in first. Katakrak is in second. JR is in third. Oh, there we go. I'm climbing the board. And we're about to be done. There we go. We're done. We've won. Quinn is in first place, 9 kills, 21 assists. Katakrak is in second place, 11 kills, 16 assists. And Sholsamom is in third, 14 kill, 5 assists. We've got gold, and yep, the captain's still gone. Flying Rogue and Musketeers are not currently being claimed, so Moonlight Baby and Quinn get muskets. Sigma OS gets wings, and Great Canadian Bacon Bits, gets gold. And we move on to the next board, where we will have... interesting. That one's usually not on a regular chest. Where we'll have Token, Skin, and the Boss. So we start with a hard battle on the way to the Token chest. And still a Saint. So there we go. Alrighty, half an hour to see how this turns out. Alrighty, and I will do another chapter. Confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I will confirm I'm on the correct screen. I have a correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I will see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Knights, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, we are doing chapter 19 of Stepping Wild. How did it get its essence back in there? A voice screamed as Tibbs caught his breath. He was on his knees, his leathers ripped apart, but he wasn't hurt. He didn't understand how that was, since the damage had been done before the audience. The boon, then, it was what she'd meant by it. He wanted to go over the rest, but he had the dungeon to deal with. How should I know? The other Merca replied. There was fear in their voice. Tibbs stood. How about we try this again? The remnant of shattered trees littered the ground around him as if he'd unleashed a torrent of blades. But the reserve in his bracers were full, and his vast reserve was still life. Hi, I'm... Kill it! Merca... What the hell? How did I not catch these constant mistakes? Merca said. Tibbs stepped aside the the tree that erupted out of the foliage, pointed tips far too sharp. With a sigh, he wasn't fast enough to entirely avoid it, and it ripped his arm open, sending pain lancing up. Shoved the questions that brought aside. That's going to be a comma right here, as more trees tried to impale him. Stop that, he ordered. to no effect. He dodged what he could, but any that connected hurt far more than they had any right to. That's enough, he snarled, and the bubble of raw fire essence consumed the attacking trees as well as those that were part of the walls. The top of those toppled down, and he incinerated them before they could hurt him, or risk causing damage to the facing wall. Now, he let out a breath. How about we do this without trying to kill me? Hi, I'm Tibbs. What's your name? What are you? Mirko whispered. It has another element now. Yes, I know. Yes, I know. They let out a strangled cry. No, sorry, yes, I do. They let out a strangled cry. Once more. Hi, I'm Tibbs. I heard you call your helper Mirka, so what is your name? Don't tell it. I don't think it's going to give me a choice, the dungeon replied in a whisper. Tibbs sighed. If you don't want to tell me, that's fine. I'm just like to have something other than dungeon to call you by. The silence stretched. Furman, it finally said. All right, Furman. To start with, if you don't want me to hear and you and Mirka talk, you just have to move away from me. I don't know how far, but I figured the second floor should be enough. Like we're going to trust anything you say, Mirka said hatefully. If you don't believe me, that's up to you. Second, I'm here. What second floor? Furman asked. Don't talk to it. Then you tell me what it's talking about. Tibbs sensed under them. Okay, again. Ta 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 ta. Tibbs sensed under them and confirmed what he'd sensed before. There isn't anything under us. Don't answer it, Mirka warned. Okay, Mirka, I'd really appreciate it if you stop referring to me as an it. I'm a man. You should be using he. The helper snorted. He? Furman said, as if he wasn't familiar with the word. Okay, here my co-scriptor pointed something out that I don't know exactly how to handle it here. Yes, if you or Mirka prefer being referred to as he or she, just tell me. What do they mean? Mirka asked, the vehemence replaced by what sounded like genuine curiosity. E is for man, Tibbs said. She is for women. What are those? This time Mirka's puzzlement sounded profound. Weren't you thought about people before you came to help Furman? Furman? How do you know about that? They asked fearfully. Okay, Genny explained some of it back when I was a runner in Kragelrock. She never went into details, but she talked about being taught the things she'd need to know to help Stowe. She mentioned often how a lot of what I do, it wasn't covered. And how did that Genny know any of that? Mirka asked defiantly, but Tibbs suspected they used that to cover their fear. She's like you. She helps Stowe with what it means to be a dungeon. He smiled. He made her life difficult at the start with how he didn't want to bother with the rules. Chuckle escaped him. I didn't help. How can Mirka? Furman said with the firmness of tone barely covering the discomfort. I'd rather we stick to more important things like why he is here and how he is alive. Each time it felt like using the pronoun took effort. I'm still alive. Tibbs answered, because I had an audience with wood. He decided to stick with how people referred to the element. It would avoid confusion when dealing with other people. Please tell me you know what it's talking about, Furman said in annoyance. Tibbs decided to let the slip pass. Wood is the element, they replied. The audience thing, Furman snapped. I understand you didn't tell me everything, that a lot of it is for when I'm ready, but they sighed. He brought that up. I don't know what that is, Mirka said. They didn't tell you why dungeons exist? Tibbs had trouble believing they wouldn't have been taught something so integral to what a dungeon was, which might means if you don't want to talk about that with an outsider, I understand. They let out a strangled laugh. I wasn't told people understood us, so it isn't like I was told what I couldn't share with them. Then, if it's because you aren't comfortable with you terrify me. I'm sorry. It isn't what I want, they snorted. Mirka, Furman said, can you tell him? Why are you going along with what it wants? What it wants? How about because he hasn't killed us? Whatever he is, he's clearly strong enough to do that, and I killed him. Some of the others were cursing and promising that for just nearly crushing them with a tree, or them nearly falling into a pit. It's just he, Mirka. It. I'm not playing whatever game it's playing. It's probably not even a person. They aren't like that. How about this? Tibbs asked. You tell me what happened to the man who came here yesterday, close to when I arrived. Knowing there was a dungeon, it made sense that this was how he and the others had disappeared. If you haven't observed their body, I'd like to have it so I can return it to his woman. Then I'll leave. He'd give them time to settle down. A few days should be enough. Hopefully, they could have a more productive conversation then. There isn't. I haven't absorbed it. Blah. I haven't absorbed it, Furman said over Mirka's denial, because it isn't dead yet. Wait, actually, maybe I can cover that. Yeah, they're here. He's alive. He hadn't expected that. Even Omega runners who knew what to expect of a dungeon didn't always survive the first room. He sensed around him, but even knowing there should be life somewhere, the dungeon's stronger essence overshadowed the man's faint one. Okay, this is where it's going to change. Should I be using he for it too? Furman asked. And it yeah, I'll go with that. It's still not as precise. You can use it for anyone else, Tibbs replied. They can't hear you, so they won't mind. They won't care. I mind because it is used to refer to object, and there's an entire class of people in cities who delight in making me and others like me feel like we're nothing more than that to them. How is he still alive? He asked, bringing the conversation to what mattered. I'd have expected him to die in the first trap you set, or the first of your creatures he encountered. It ran past the woodling when it attacked and into the room. The trap cut it, but it stopped the essence from flowing out with what it was wearing. It huddled into a corner and hasn't moved. It will run out of essence at some point. The woodling didn't go in there to fight him? He pulled his essence in. The first room should be near, and he might have enough precision to tell the man apart from Furman. That's a trap room, not a fighting room, and I'll absorb it once it's out of essence. Then I want him. If there was a chance he'd sense it, he'd manage it. Furman's essence overpowered the man completely. Don't, Mirka started. No, Furman stated. If it means you kill me, then I can't. If it means you kill me, I can't stop you. But he entered me, and he only leaves if he passes my tests. There are rules. You ask Mirka why I exist, so I was going to let them answer. But I'm here. You know what? I don't like I want. Okay. Pronouns aren't a thing for dungeons, so I want to avoid any use. So you ask why I exist. So I was going to let Mirka answer. But I'm here, and I was going to let Mirka answer, but I'm here to test whatever crosses my threshold. Those who pass grow, leave, and can return to test themselves again. Those who fail become part of me, and I grow from absorbing them. Tibbs nodded. What do the rules say about those who work in teams? That's how it should happen, Mirko answered reluctantly when the silence stretched, but hurried to add that we aren't breaking rules if they show up on their own. Then I want to be on his team. You can't do that, Mirko replied. Furman, you're the dungeon, it's your decision. Don't you dare break the rules, Mirka warned. Which rule is this breaking? They asked. You never mentioned one about a team having to enter at the same time. That's because they always just come one at a time. Mirka replied, sounding to Tibbs' ear petulant. Then what's the rule? Tibbs couldn't make out the grumbled reply. Speak up, Mirka. You know I hate it when you do that. If you don't want to talk to me, just don't say anything. There isn't one. Happy? It knows the rules. Good for it. All right, Furman said. You can be on its team, but it doesn't change any things. It still need to leave on its own. But if I'm on its team, I can go in and help him leave. I just have to make it to him. Alive. With all that essence? Mirka demanded. What can Furman do that you can't burn down? That's a good point, he replied. You're planning something, they said in a suspicious tone. He smiled. I'm a thief. We're always planning something. How about this? I don't use essence except to make a sword and a shield and thieves' tool. I won't use etching as defense or attack unless he looked at his no longer injured body. Only an Omega runner wouldn't be able to heal himself. No essence work beyond what I mentioned. I'd have to be careful, but this was a first floor, and unless Furman could tell he did it, he had his sense to help him. What are thieves' tools? Furman asked. You don't know? I don't know what thieves are either. How about rogues? Mirka said those are the ones who focus on the traps and being sneaky. Tibbs chuckled. Thieves are what rogues who don't work for the Adventurers Guild are called. What's the Adventurers Guild? Tibbs closed his mouth on the reply in surprise at what the question implied. How do you not know about the guild? How does Mirka know about rogues then? The guild is who named the runner classes. He made a variety of picks, instead of taking those hidden in his bracer, and placed them on the ground. Then he added a knife. He didn't want to limit himself to too narrow a selection. Mirka's sigh broke the silence. I wasn't thought they were where the names come from. Just them and what they mean. Fighters throw themselves at the creatures, sorcerers yield essence of one element, archers use a bow and arrow from the back, rogues deal with traps and are sneaky, and clerics try to keep everyone alive. Those are the tools thieves use. And they're the only ones you'll use? I'd like to be able to make them as needed. I didn't bring a leather roll to hold them, and to remake my sword and shield if needed. It's easier for me to return everything to essence when I don't need them. You can't be considering going along with this, Mirka said. You know it's going to cheat. I'm not going to cheat, Tibbs replied. I'm going to be sneaky. I'm agreeing to this, Firmus said, smile audible, because I'm tired of them not making it far. The furthest one made it is the third room, and that was before I put much in any of them. I want to test someone properly, and I'm fine with him being sneaky. I planned for that. Before Tibbs could wonder what they meant by that, the essence shifted around them. By the time he pushed his sense further to get a sense of what Furman had done, it was over, but Tibbs could tell what had happened. Did you change the layout of the floor? He asked before thinking better of it. Did you think all you'd have to do was reach that first room and leave? I want to see what someone who knows what they're doing can do. You want your teammate? you're going to have to find them at the end of the floor. And that concludes chapter 19 of Stepping Wild. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is available on Ream Story. And if you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. The links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. I'm actually not done with that, sorry. And I will be right back. Back to this. Okay, that is done. Let's do this now. Oh, that's the word witches. I might not be done with that, so let's bring it back here. Okay, so I am done with that one. First. is done. So Fire doesn't come with Google offline. Wonder why they only made the extension for Chromium-based browser. Like, probably because Chromium is owned by Google. Well, Firefox is not. Okay, so let's see. Chapter 83. That's you. Okay. Here. And there's 83. Summer power outage. City gets full of tourists. When everyone's on their AC dies, the region. Well, I hope you did not lose anything drastic. really... Let's do this. Oh, right. No, it's not. It should be in January, not March. Uh, March is gonna be these guys. All right, so battle station. Everyone, battle station. We have 56 allies. We're going up against 59 enemies. And we are off. Katakrak is in first place. QS takes that over. Sigma is in third. QS and Katakrak fight for first place. QS is in first. Katakrak is in second. Sigma is in third. And looks like we're about to be done already. There we go. We're done. We've won. QS Creates is in first place, 17 kills, 6 assists. Katakrak is in second place, 2 kill, 20 assists. And that Dog Tigris is in third, 14 kill, 6 assists. We've got gold, and yep, the captain's still not there. We've got rogues, we've got busters, we've got no one claiming those, so Sigma OS gets busted. That Dog Tigris gets robbed. Spider Pop somehow ends up with gold. And we move on to a hard battle on the way to the token chest. Alrighty. And it is time for another saint. And, you know what? Let's just start here. After that is 4. So that's 2 hours plus an hour. So we're looking at 3 hours. Yeah, I should be able to do that. Alrighty, half an hour to see how this turns out. All right, and I will start this morning's last chapter by confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I will confirm I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I'll see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, we are doing chapter 20 of Stepping Wild. How does it know you made changes? Mirka whispered, just as Tibbs said, how did you make changes? He had meant to reveal he'd sensed what the dungeon had done. I thought you weren't allowed to make changes during the day. Why wouldn't I be allowed? Furman asked. I'm as likely to have an idea for a new trap during the day than at night, and Mirka's right. How did you know I made them? Wait, you know about day and night? Really? You really should focus on the important thing? Why, this is not a question. How do you know where the sun is? Are you trying to delay the start of your run, you called it? Do I need to incentivize you? By moving the walls until the person you want to rescue is crushed? Okay, that I know you can't do. His presence keeps you from affecting everything close to him. And no, I'm not delaying anything. I'm just surprised. Stowe didn't know what the day was. I tried to explain it to him, but he also had no idea what the sun is. I don't sense the sun. Mirka explained it's well beyond my reach, but that it sends essence down to feed the plants, and in part me. I can sense the cycle of the essence being there and then not. Then if I tell you that one day is the length of the essence starting, ending, and just before it starts again, you understand what that means? It's trying to trick you, Mirka said defiantly. The day is when the sun feeds the plant. Yes, that's the daytime. Tips tried not to let the annoyance sound. Nighttime is when it isn't happening. The two, one after to get the other, is what we people call a day. It helps us keep track of time. We also divide the day into sections based on how far the sun is from the horizon, but we don't need that here. We don't need that day thing at all, Mirka stated. Maybe not. Tip smiled. He'd explain why he would be useful later. How about I get started? Yes, Mirka's smile was audible. Do get started. He sensed the layout. A maze with the walls being trees and thickets. Passage, turns, and dead ends, with 7 zones that widened enough to be considered rooms. Mazes were about confusing the person in it, making it harder to reach the end. Stowe had made his with moving walls, but Tibbs had come across some made by people in his travels. Like puzzles, they were things people outside dungeons enjoyed as ways of testing themselves without putting their lives at risk. His first had been the most memorable one, It had been harvest time, and the field of corn outside the city had been turned into a maze by crushing up the paths along the stalks. They did it every harvest season. He'd spent half the day making his way out because he couldn't sense the path and wouldn't cut across by walking through the standing stalk. Where the boss room at the end Where the boss room at the end of the maze Stowe had made had been on the opposite side of the entrance, the end of this maze was close to Tibbs, but the route would take him away before bringing him back. He suspected that if Furman had been able to move the man he was here to rescue, they would have placed the room as far as possible. Furman had said nothing about how he was to reach the room, so Tibbs walked to the lighter thicket that would let him reach the hall closest to it. He pushed the leaves out of his way and backed, cursing. "Abyss, that hurts!" He stared at his cut hand. "Did you think we'd let you cheat?" Mirko said, laughing. How had Furman managed to get the leaves to cut him? There were no other essence than wood, water, fire, earth, and life among them. Through them. He etched purity and stepped to. "What are you doing?" the dungeon asked. "Healing myself." He pulled a remnant of his sleeve over his hand. "You said you were only going to use essence to make tools, but that," he motioned to the ticket, "it shouldn't. Something thinks that because it has all those elements," Mirko said, gleeful, "it's too good to get hurt." He undid the etching and absorbed the essence. He had set the terms. The leather over his hand would keep the small cuts from bleeding, since he couldn't stop that with his life essence. Huh. Since he couldn't. Okay, I'm gonna. Since you'd need a life essence wrap to stop that. He raised his covered hand to the thicket. "Is it too stupid to understand what it's going to happen again?" Mirko whispered. He took a leaf between covered fingers and turned it over, looking for something to explain how it had cut him. But all it had was the sharpness of its edge. It easily cut through the leather, then the palm of his hand. How was it hurt? How was it would hurt him? He had the element now. No element he'd had an audience with could hurt him afterward. No, that wasn't true. Fire still hurt him when he wasn't careful. Wood had said she'd give him a boon to survive his return. She gave it to him because he'd broken a rule, except he'd come to her the same way every other element. "I think there's something wrong with it," Mirko whispered. "Trying to understand something," he snapped. He'd been among her elements, and had experienced a strong emotion. It had been a long time since he'd been afraid he'd die. Everything had gone, as with the other times, down to the audience being unplanned. Fire had been the exception to that, in the exception in that it had been planned. He had known Stowe had made the fire room for that purpose, but Tibbs had willingly walked into that inferno expecting the audience. Hadn't Fire said he'd broken a rule? It had to keep the audience short because of that. He'd returned from it dying, burned so deeply that if he hadn't heard Stowe and Ganny talk of how the essence and the creatures could help him, if absorbing that essence hadn't been instinctual, Tibbs wouldn't have survived. And without Wood's boon, he would have died here too. The only thing the audiences had in common was that they'd taken place within dungeons. Why would there be a rule against that? Because dungeons were people? It couldn't be that. His teacher had been next to him when he'd had his audience with water. There were always people around for runners' audiences. But he hadn't been inside them. Was that it? Being inside a person when the audience happened changed it so he didn't gain the immunity? But why make that a rule and a punishment if it happened naturally? The other reason Tibbs could think of was that it was easy for a dungeon to create the circumstances needed to have the audience. Removing the immunity almost guaranteed the runner would die on returning. So, who had made those rules? The same people who sent them? Who taught the helpers? Didn't it mean those people were more powerful than the elements? He pushed the thought aside with a shudder. If it was by having it inside someone, he couldn't test it. Even if it turned out purity could hurt him, it would only tell him dungeons were part of the reason. He could think of how he might go about testing it inside a person, but the result, even before the audience, was too gory for him to contemplate. All right, I think I know how this goes. Is that supposed to scare us? Mirko asked uncertainly as he turned to face the passage, forming his sword and shield. He stared at the jaggedness on both. When was the last time they'd looked like that? He'd trained himself to make them look normal after leaving Craggle Rock to avoid drawing attention. His jagged sword were well known by the guild. After a couple of years, he hadn't had to think about it anymore. The only time his swords didn't look normal was if he wanted to scare someone, and he only did that when he wasn't planning on leaving survivors to tell stories. I don't think it's intentional. Huh. Okay, I know. Okay, this. There we go. Just Mirko's reacting to the sword and shield, not what he said. I don't think it's intentional, Furman said. Had what he'd worked out unnerved him this much? Without making a show of it, he willed them to look normal, then proceeded to the first junction. The creature jumped out of a tree trunk, and Tibbs cut it into two before getting a good look at it. It shattered into kindling as the half landed on the ground, then the pieces melted? Wasn't the right word, of course. Moss quickly grew as they became smaller, then flattened until he couldn't tell them apart from the mossy and grass-covered ground. It reminded him of when he crashed through a moss-covered log, thinking it was a mound. It had been hollow, barely any wood left to indicate it had been a felled tree at one time. There had been insect and mushroom and other things he figured had fed on the tree. He'd been surprised to sense traces of corruptions in it. What is it doing? Mirko whispered. I'm thinking? It let out a fearful They let out a fearful meep. I do that a lot, he chuckled. Too much, some people like to tell me. Too many questions in my head. I answer a lot of them by reading books and talking with scholars, but there's always more of them afterward, like, why do your creatures go away like this when stones would crumble into rubble and just melt into the floor? How would I know that? Furman replied, sounding offended. Sorry, it wasn't so you'd answer. You're just the third dungeon I've been in, and the purity one didn't have creatures for me to fight. It didn't? Mirko asked. Why not? How was it testing you? And I'm realizing I'm using it here, but it's referring to something distant, so I'm going to keep it. Tibbs smiled. See, always questions. Purity is about hard work and determination. It's what it tested. Am I supposed to make my test based on a specific element? Furman asked. You never said anything about that, Mirko. Because it's not a thing, they replied defiantly. It's making that up. He turned right at the intersection because it was the quickest way to the man. He stepped around the triggers on the floor and over the nearly imperceptible strings. He also ignored the caches as he sensed in the walls. The next attack was a group of of 8 woodlings, and he sends them forming in the trees ahead of him, one per trunk. They stepped out of them armed with a sword and shield, all made of wood, and stood half as tall as he was. They attacked as one, and for each Tibbs cut down, another cut him. The injuries he received were light, where he killed them in one swipe. His mistakes were more the result of his annoyance at feeling the pain. He'd grown used to being immune to swords. They left nothing behind when they died. Mirka, is there a rule that says that what a dungeon should do when I kill one of its creatures? Why didn't you ask that to that other dungeon? They replied snidely. Cousteau always had coins dropped, items from a loot list sometimes. It never occurred to me to ask. If it did that, it's because it liked you. Why are you chuckling? Stay got into a lot of trouble because he liked me. He denied it a lot. He bandaged the cuts and continued. The path he'd picked had one room he couldn't avoid, but he couldn't work out what he'd faced there from what he sensed. The floor had wooden disc on the ground, but the earth was different. There was a lot of water woven through it, along with corruption, fire, and other elements he couldn't identify. Okay, it's cheating, Mirka announced as Tibbs stepped over another trigger. No, Furman said unhappily. He's being sneaky. He can sense more than just what I changed. Isn't that right? That's right. He ducked as a woodling launched itself at his head from a trunk. He cut it before it reached the ground. Do something, Mirka ordered. Like what? Furman snapped. I never dealt with someone like him. Those who weren't terrified of the woodlings didn't know where the traps were, and so they fell to that. Just, I don't know, crush him or something. They can't. He paused before turning left. For the same reason, they can't threaten to crush the man in that room. The whole floor of that section was the trigger, and he couldn't avoid it without using essence. There's an area around me that keeps them from doing anything. Anything living has it, as far as I've read. He backed to give himself running distance and took off, shield up and protecting his left side from the wooden sliver that flew at him from that wall. He collapsed on the other side, his right side bloody in spite of the earth essence he'd spread over his body. He hadn't intended to. But he couldn't have survived otherwise. I think that's essence use that isn't making tool you agreed to, Furman stated, which breaks the agreement we have. Just like putting a trigger that can't be avoided or disarmed. He pulled the slivers out and pulled himself to the wall. How do you know you couldn't disarm it? You didn't even try. Tip snorted. The mechanism is in the middle of the floor, so the trap's activated before I reach it. There's enough slivers. I don't think it ever has had to stop. Every trap needs to have a way around it, one the entire team can survive. How about you remind him of that rule, Mirka? I didn't call you out on it. I tried to beat it anyway. You used essence on an unbeatable trap. He pushed himself to his feet. How about we agree none of this happened and I continue with the run? I suppose there's nothing else to do, Furman grumbled. Look, I'm not angry. You tried something and it didn't work. I'm a thief. I break the rules all the time. I get you bending the ones you need to work under. Don't even think about it, Mirka said, and Tibbs froze. They weren't talking to him. You told me to do something about him. That would work. You can't know that, and it would break the rule so badly it would be noticed. Oh, yes, and someone would have to do something about it, I'm sure, Furman replied with derision. They're real, Tibbs whispered, shuddering. Even after all these years, remembering what the them had done sent shivers down his spine. However Mirka described them to you, they're real. And how do you know? Mirka demanded. One came for Stowe, because of me. When Furman spoke, it was no louder than Tibbs had. What happened? We won. Still nearly died. A friend sacrificed herself to keep that from happening. I don't know if what you're thinking of doing will draw one, but if it does, you won't like what happens. You're just saying that so I won't kill you. The tremble in Furman's voice sounded more like fear than anger. I survived a lot of stuff that should have killed me. If you do this, I'm going to use all the essence I have to defend myself. I don't know if you can tell, but my reserve runs deep, and I can channel each of the elements you sense I have through that. I'm telling you about the them because I don't want you to suffer like he did. All I want is to finish the run and take the man home to his woman. Again, Furman was slow in responding, but without cheating. Dip smiled. I'll just be sneaky. And that concludes chapter 20 of Stepping Wild. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read ahead of what is being posted here, that is on Ream Story. Oh, wait. This is also posted on Royal Road. I keep forgetting to mention that. Yeah, this is up on Royal Road, and if you want to read ahead of that, then that's on Ream Story. And if you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. All right. Fourth. 26. This done. Okay. Where am I at here? This is where I'm at. And of course, I shut this down. Atoll Station. Everyone. Battle Station. We have 55 allies. We're going up against 47 enemies. And we are off. QS Creates is in first place. Judy Black Cloud is in second. Spider is in third. Snapdax kills an epic. Astromage jumps to first place. QS is in second. Sigma's in third. And looks like we're done. We've won. Astromage is in first place with 21 kill. QS Creates is in second place, 3 kill, 12 assist, and Sigma OS is in third, 4 kill, 8 assist. We've got fairies and no Decaneser. Lego Head is not claimed by anyone, so QS Creates gets a Lego. Skinzu gets dusted. And we move on to a token chest on the way to the skin one. And yeah, that'll be next one. So another saint. And we will start centered. Alrighty. Half an hour to see how this turns out. '83 is March 9th. All right. Short of the mistakes I made, I'm actually fully up to date finally. And in time for me to take lunch. I will do my best to come back in time to run the battle. If I cannot, I will see you all when I get back from lunch. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 41 allies. We're going up against 80 enemies, and we are off with Lady Knight's in first place. Gator Paws takes that over. Catacrack is in second. Gator Paws is in second. Gator Paws is in first. Tigris is in first. Marlin is in first. Gator Paws is in second. Tigris is in third. Tigris is in second. Kinzu takes over third. Marlin, Gator Paws, Kilair, and others have killed epics. Oh, you guys are definitely armored. Yeah. Marlin is in. Oh, we are in trouble. I did not realize that. Okay. I wonder if those 5 minutes would have made a difference. But we're done. We've lost. Yeah, we are going to do this again. So, token chest. And it's going to be an Orc Slayer. Alrighty. Half an hour. No, wait. We're going to see how this turns out when I get back from lunch. Atoll Station, everyone. Battle Station. We have 69 allies. We're going up against 65 enemies, and we are off. With Gator Paws in the lead, Arc 10 is in second, Decanizer is in third. Welcome back. Decanizer jumps to first, Arc 10 is in second, Gator Paws is in third. And Quinn kills an epic. Shadow Seer kills 2, Marlin kills 1. And looks like we are doing better this battle. Gator Paws is in first, Decanizer is in second, Arc 10 is in third, and looks like we are done. We have won. Decanizer is in first place, 2 kill, 26 assist. Gator Paws is in second place, 2 kill, 25 assist. And Arc 10 Telemetros is in third with 17 assist. Well, you're back in time. We've got a fairy. So Decanizer gets dusted. We've got gold and the captain's still gone. And the Centurion is not claimed by anyone. So Infamous Wob gets shielded and Virtualoo gets gold. And we move on to a very hard battle on the way to the skin chest. 1, 2, 3, 4. We may actually finish the map today. And it is time for an Arc Slayer. And let's start here. Alrighty, half an hour to see how this turns out. And this afternoon, it is chapter 6 of The Last Detour. In which Alex kind of gives the reader a tour of the reservation. At least that's the point. Ultimately, what is important on that? Probably, I don't know. I honestly do not know what is important to cover. The unloading of the van is no longer happening because the van's not there. Yeah. This is... I enjoy writing this. I enjoy Alex and Tristan in this environment. But it is very much a series where me and my co-scriptors sit down and go, okay, what next? Like, there is little Many of my stories, I'm driven to write them, which means that I usually have a core sense to what's going to happen, to what's going to, so I can just start writing, and the outline that we build together, is a guideline. Um, the first two trilogies in this book were kind of like that. Like the third one, a little less, and this one, uh, first two books were a little easier. This one is very much a okay. We need to bring this trilogy to an end. So how do we go about it? Like, what can we do? And so, now it's about getting it done. And a lot of the stuff were put down with in a vacuum. Again, like the van, like um, we took for granted that they would drive to a reservation with the van, which they don't do. Um, it's a first draft, so it's not like it matters at this point. But I find it interesting how this book specifically, possibly because it's the end of the trilogy, is tougher to write. And it's one of those, like, I can't tell you what happens from chapter to chapter. Like, I've read the outline, but I know how it ends. But I don't know how we get there. Like, I don't have a memory or a sense of how it gets there. Like, having said that, I remember some elements. I remember Jennifer's part in it. I remember the twist. Well, it's a very strong word. And I remember a detail that may get me pissed, that may get some readers pissed. Not that anyone actually reads this story. This is the thing. Like, this is a story that I'm writing for me. That even though I'm putting it on my Patreon, no one reads. Or if they do, they don't care enough to engage. But that's kind of standard with my Patreon. Out of the 40 or so people, I think 3 engage. So, yeah. Hello, Darth. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? Frustrated and happy? I am sorry to hear that. I hope you managed to resolve it. New fire? Ah. 7 archers. Battle station. Everyone. Battle station. We have 52 allies. We're going up against 75 enemies, and we are off. Sigma takes the lead. Q is in second. Spider Pop is in third. Darth takes over third place. Sarge is in second. Sigma's still in first. Tigris takes over third. And we're done. We have won. Sigma OS is in first place, 19 kill, 14 assist. The Dark Tigris is in second place, 15 kill, 5 assist. And Sergeant K Dog is in third, 8 kill, 12 assist. We have Centurions, we've got Lego heads. We have no one claiming those, so that Dark Tigris gets Legos. Catling McVoice gets shielded. And we move on to me collecting scrolls. And then a very hard battle on the way to the skin chest. And I need to check something. So an hour and a half. 1:30, 2:30, 2:30. So yeah, I should be good to do. I should be able to do the Saints. Alrighty, half an hour to see how this turns out. 10 more archers? Yeah. Yeah, those new daily quests are interesting. I don't mind them. I like the fact that it's not all or nothing, that you build up to and you get better rewards ish in quotes. But yeah, it forced me to really shift, especially on the captain side, because it's very easy to waste units on something you can't win on the captain side, because I only place one unit every half hour. Very much built to create a fear of missing out. That's the word I want. No, it's not. Yeah, oh well. I'll be right back. Atoll Station. Everyone, battle station. We have 44 allies. We're going up against 124 enemies. JR's in first place. Sigma's in first. JR's in second. Arcten is in third. Quinn has killed an epic. We got a few more coming. Yeah, this might hurt. Catacrack is in first place. Sigma's in second. Sholsamom is in third. Tigris, Kinzu also kill epics. Okay, it looks like we've turned the tide. More people have killed epic. Tigris, Silver, Kinzu, and we're done. Catacrack is in first place, 51 kills. Sigma OS is in second place, 13 kills, 30 assists. And Cholsamom is in third, 1 kill, 20 assists. We have gold and no captain. We've got monks that no one is currently claiming. So, Sigma OS, Silver the Diamond Witch, get monked. Chamas gets gold. And we move on to an insane battle before the skin chest. So yeah, if we win everything, we make it to the boss. And it's another Saint for me. And in half an hour, we'll see how this turns out. Atoll. Station. Everyone. Battle. Station. We have 47 allies. We're going up against 104 enemies. And we are off with Kinzu in first place. Arcten takes that over. Judy is in second. Astromage is in second. Spider Pop is in third. Silver was in third. Astromage is in first. Arcten is in third. Silver is in second. Silver is in first. Astromage is in second. Arcten is in third. JR and Astromage have killed epics. Silver is in first. Astromage is in second. JR takes over third. Silver and JR have killed epics. Darth kills an epic. And what do we have left? A few things here and there. A couple of enemies, and I think we're about... Oh, cuddles! Because epic, and we are done. We've won. Silver, the Diamond Witch, is in first place. 32 kill, 2 assist. Astromage is in second place. 17 kill, 10 assist. JR926 is in third. 12 kill, 9 assist. We've got gold, and the captain's not there. We've got fairies, and the Kenizer's also not there. And the vampire is not claimed by anyone, so... I'm Mr. Fluffy to you gets dusted. Schulze Mom gets gold and Neon Hollow gets bitten. And we move on to a skin chest before the boss. And it's going to be another... This is the last one that I need to put down. It is past 2 p.m. I need to clear quests. And visit the shop where fairies get purchased. I'm above 20k. I get to refresh. I'm above 25. And that is that. Wait. How about I put us on the battle? There we go. Half an hour to see how this is going to turn out. And now to visit the viewer side. Holy cow. Oh no, that's my first Orc Slayer to hit 30. Alrighty. Where archers get purchased. I'm above 50k. I'm above 55. And yeah, paying for that level 30 Orc Slayer brought me down below 60. Alrighty. have I mentioned? Atoll Station, everyone. Battle Station. We have 31 allies. We're going up against 125 enemies. This might be interesting. Sholsamom is in first place. Astromage is in second. Kinsu is in third. Astromage tries for first. Sholsamon is there again. Nevo is in third. Decanezer, Sholsamom have killed Epics. Yeah, I don't think we're winning this one. Which means no boss battle today. We had a sudden drop of units after a pretty big battle, so yeah, we're not. I'm surprised that I'm the last one to be killed. I guess they didn't have any assassins in there. Alrighty. Let's try this again. As the last battle of the day. Arc Slayer. Okay, well. Let's tag this. And half an hour to see how this turns out. It's going to be a long shot. Yes, it was. And a good game. Hey, we did the best we could. We have to give the people that. Did I? Don't think, yeah, I didn't. Oh, wait a minute. I've just seen you in the chat. Let's update your clock, Decanezer. Oh, right, right. I wanted, I wanted to look. Well, that is done. What? TST project. What the hell is this? That's Dungeon Runner, so. Okay, this vaguely rings a bell, but it's not mine. Huh. Bird, changing world. Files. That's going to be general stuff for Scrivener. The big issue I have is I don't recall what I call these stories. They're old. Like they're very, very, very old. All right, let's see if it's in here. Don't don't I have that? Isn't that breakpoint? Huh. It is breakpoint, but that's interesting. It looks like when I created the breakpoint file, for some reason I didn't have. Oh, there we go. Yeah, it is breakpoint. Looks like I was recreating what I could of the world. Without actually having moved the file over. That's interesting. Yeah, definitely fragments. And it's not like I know what I. Oh boy, I have no idea what this is. And the fact that I've been using that I use names in here tells me that there was a very specific plan, which means that there's probably a file somewhere with more information. Really? Why is this like that? Oh, okay. I remember what this is. Okay, this one. Oh, hey. Yes! I still have this. Oh, I am so glad. Battle Station. One battle station. We have 57 allies. We're going up against 77 enemies. And we are off. Nami Bunny's in the lead. Decanis is in second. Jumps to first. Astromage is in second. Jump to first. Decanisor is in second. JR is in third. Insoraptor has killed an epic. Astromage is in first. JR is in second. Decanisor, and we're done. We've won. Astromage is in first place, 21 kills, 13 assists. JR 926 is in second place, 11 kill, 18 assists, and Decanisor is in third, 18 kill, 3 assists, and in time to get dusted. And we've got gold, and the captain's not there. Lego heads are not claimed by anyone. So, Tundra Chick, Hockey Puck, get gold. Infamous Swab, I'm Mr. Fluffy to you, get Legos. And that brings the battling to an end. Tomorrow morning, 7:30 a.m. Eastern Time, placement will start for a boss battle, and then we'll have what I think is the super boss battle. I hope to see you then. If I do not, no, wait, that's for later. And with my writing done, I will end the stream with a raid to next. So, thank you very much, everyone, for dropping by and keeping me company. I will be back tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time. I will be working on Stepping Wild, and in the afternoon, The Captain's Heart. You are welcome, Akla. I hope to see you then. If I do not, I hope you have a good week, a good weekend when it arrives, and I will see you when I see you.